Yes. Hi. Uh, I exist, I guess. Hello. I was busy putting cake into me. Not cake. But yeah. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Today is Monday, the dreadful day that everybody has. Beginning of a new week. Cake. And yes, let's continue to make self-advertisement in the form of this. If you happen to drop into here or watch the VOD, welcome to my channel. I'm Sekamerai, and I'm a variety streamer with a focus on indie games. As you can see, mostly just those indie games here on the left side, sometimes more. Socials, I have a Blue Sky account, which you can follow, bookmark, and check at your own leisure. And I have a VOD archive on YouTube under the same name, where you can find all important streams, playthroughs, and so on. Yay! And now I have sold myself to everybody. Good. That's the idea. So, hi Angie. Hi Overrated. How are you doing? You know, there is one thing that I really would love to have, and that would be to display users in chat as its own column in the Twitch overlay, which also automatically refreshes when people drop in and out. But instead, I have to work with two chats. Monday, the dread. Overrated is doing good. That's good to hear. Also, I hope your Monday is not going too slowly for you, Angie. Hopefully, it just passes as fast as possible. At least the work time, if you work. Currently doing battle with MS Exchange. Okay, so you battle the job. Okay, I get it. But Angie, you do not battle with MS Exchange. It just works. You know? It's a lie! It's a lie! Mm-hmm. Nom nom nom. Just works my left flipper. Oh no. Angie, you don't happen to know how many channel rewards an affiliate can make, right? Because otherwise I will check myself by fake making one. No clue. I have seen channels with many. Okay. Then there's like 20 or something. Yeah. Okay, let's see. If I even find it, because reasons, because it's so easy to find, right? Actually, it's not that easy to find. Uh, Let's see. Ads manager, that it is not. Bits and cheering, it is not. Communities, hype train, leaderboards, no. Subscriptions, sponsorship, affiliate. Okay, that's all not the thing. Roles manager, activity, followers list. Why the heck do I have such problems to find it? Last time it was very obvious in my face. uh, what the heck? There's engagement, discovery, achievements. No? Why? I can't find it. What the heck? Why I'm not finding this? Is it actually in Stream Manager itself? Prediction polls, manage reward requests, which is not what I think it is. Okay. Manage goals. Unbelievable. No. Okay, cool. Okay, alerts. Alerts has nothing to do with this. No, no, no. This has nothing to do with anything. Extensions, no. Charity, no. Streaming tools, no. Streaming together, no. Fewer rerolls. There it is. There it is, I think. Yes, rewards. Right? No. Drops, emotes, power-ups and channel points. There we go. Manage power-ups and channel points. There we go. Okay. uh, okay. This is it. And apparently there's, as far as I see, no limit at all. Yeah. Yeah, there's absolutely no limit to it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's under viewers reward. Fewer rewards, not viewers. So yeah, let's see. So, what about you? Do you have any ideas, wishes when it comes to channel rewards? Keep in mind the following. Anything that has to do with kind of an interaction with my avatar is currently not possible. It's not because it's impossible, it's just because I lack the resources that I need to make it happen. So this is gonna be on the to-do list. So any other ideas for channel rewards that might be interesting, where you would say like that is worthwhile for me to spend points on? Meanwhile, I put more cake into my face. Hmm. So see, I know a few channels, a few, one, two, three. Um, some have developed some interesting little mini games. What if higher point cost new riddle redeem to roll a new riddle if the chat is too stuck? That is a that is a potential channel reward that I can do. It's gonna be a question of like, how do I gonna solution to riddle. The channel points is gonna be one of those annoying questions where I'm going to put it. I know exactly how many points people earn per hour when being on my channel. That does not include the special rewards when people join a raid, which is a bonus reward of 250, 350. I think it's 250. But that only happens if a raid actually happens and they join. But like normal gains through points is 220 points per hour as a non-sub. And as a sub, it doubles those points. So it's 440 points per hour for people subscribe. You know, Angie, best solution. I put this reward in and price it at 500,000 points. That is gonna take you 1.5 to 2.5 years. Seems fair, right? The better question, apart from all of that, is let's assume and theorize I would put this in as a reward. Would and this goes to you, Angie. I'm not sure if you hear this, but if you do, do you think this is better to be handled through StreamerBot, or in this case, for reward as simple as this is fine to make through Twitch? I have zero experience in that regard. I want to offload as many possibilities to StreamerBot, but when it is like something that is not specifically tailored to an interaction where StreamerBot could be better, then I don't mind to put it on Twitch. Yes, and this is not like annoying considering you do your MS Exchange thing while I ask like these questions. Make all redeems through StreamerBot, because if you make them through Twitch page, you cannot even edit them through StreamerBot. Okay. Okay. hmm. Okay. When I would do that, then oh, overrated. If you happen to listen. How many channel points do you have at the moment? $6,250. Angie, how many channel points do you have? Because you're both very good at lurking. $8,524. Okay. Yeah, I know. I know. I was there when you took the first sub in my channel. It has been some time, Angie, but I do remember. I'm very glad about that. Okay. Go off. I think I missed one or two. Oh no, you have triggered overrated. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a good idea for a channel reward, so people can have at least the ability to uh, make this happen earlier. But I also think maybe I have to price it higher because, on one side, I'm basically like, okay, I could price it at the point where I can say, like, it probably is going to take people to watch me for an entire week to gather the points. um, but I might have to even set the price a little bit higher than that. For one reason, because people have already points. Point one. Point two, I also do not really want people to, well, basically use it and like within like an hour of a new riddle and go like, I want a solution because they don't want to bother with it. But I think StreamerBot, can I don't know if you know that, Angie, but can I basically influence all the points that the Twitch website gives me to edit award stuff? aka just as an example, it's like through StreamerBot I could also set a timeout timer until the command can be used again, for example. That should be possible through StreamerBot as well, right? Should be possible, yes. Something I don't yet understand is, okay, so I make everything through StreamerBot, but that still means that I have to go on the Twitch website and basically uh, set up the actual button in the sense of like a descriptor, points, and a visual, potentially a visual. So the button actually even exists in the reward section. In sub actions, you should be able to edit any aspect of the redeem. Okay, good. But you still have to do that, right? On Twitch's side to set up a button so it's visible in your rewards. You still have to do a basic setup. I have never once touched Twitch side of redeems. I have done all it through StreamerBot. Okay. Let us go to Angie's stream. Did you define the colors of the buttons and the little icon you have there in the rewards? Did you define that through StreamerBot? Yeah, all of it is done through StreamerBot. Okay, good to know. Okay, good to know. So I can all do that through that. The way rewards are ordered in your reward section, is this also a setup function in StreamerBot? Or does it just take, this is the first command, this was the second command created, and so on? Angie is like at work at the same time playing like support here. Automatically managed, sorted by cost and then by name. Okay. Okay. Okay, so one reward is a solution to the riddle, which gives the people the ability to end a riddle, and so I can set up a new one. Also work, exchange is broken, do the thing in PowerShell script. That is even worse. Me, where's Crypt? Usually you just right click the start button. You don't ask how to open it. Where's Script? What script? Yeah. You know what? This is the moment where you open dum 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 Edge and look up in Bing how to do this PowerShell script and support industrial company setups. Yeah. You know, at this point, you should literally just say, like, okay, I call support, they gonna fix it. Until then, I have no work. Oh no, what should I do? I guess I have an enforced break. Smile. I am support, but the support has also support. You're the support for a specific thing. Yeah, but you're not IT support, right? You're not the guy you're not the person where people call and say like, oh, I should solve this through a script. Can you give me what I put into that script? Even you should have a dedicated like support team for things like that, right? Support line goes to me. Is this Angie? Yes. You know, we have both the same problem. We need a script. Could you look it up or give it to me? No, I have other things to do. I thought so. I thought exactly the same thing. Uh, yeah, call you back later. Okay. I am, and like 9 other people, IT support, also the access management team, also the account cleanup team. But there we go. You have 9 other people. So, one of them is going to be your support. Make it their problem, not yours. You must support. You must support corporate interaction. If you have a problem, you make it someone else's problem, so you don't have to bother with that problem. God, just be as toxic as possible. 9 other people who know less than I do, because I'm the most senior member of the team. Okay, here's your next solution. Call Microsoft support. Because that always works. And it is definitely fast. And they definitely will know exactly what to do, except they don't. Did I nail it with this description? Is this the experience with Microsoft support? Yo, M shit, why you break my exchange? It worked Thursday. I have no experience with Microsoft support, but I can imagine that it is exactly like this. Oh, that is an interesting problem. We never heard of this before. Let me ask my senior. Please wait for a moment as you listen to far too loud music that loops every 5 seconds. Sucks ass for me. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to be offending there. Overrated. I know. It really sucks. Oh, yeah. We have a solution to riddle. I know people want a headpad reward, which is gonna happen at some point. It's just that I don't know yet how to incorporate that. But it shouldn't actually be that difficult. Okay, good lunch hunting. Lunch at this hour? uh, okay, so we have that. Headpad is something that will come down the line. What else? That is a visual thing. Let's see. That is a mini game. Then there's simply rewards where you can just burn your points for nothing, which is not wrong. Then again, we also have to. Then again, I also have to keep in mind the fact that I also can do like things like predictions, which can be used with channel points to do so. So that is also a way to get rid of channel points. I think I feel that the idea of giving someone a VIP status via channel reward points is potentially a thing that I can do. There's just a wonderful funny thing when it comes to VIPs. Um, Let me open that. So for some really, really strange reason, and let me find it here. So for some very strange reason, Twitch thinks Twitch thinks it's very useful that they gonna hide the VIP badge behind an achievement. If you reach the achievement, then you get 10 VIP badges. Then they let you then they give you a follow-up achievement, and if you fulfill the follow-up achievement, they give you an additional 10 VIPs. And they keep doing that until you reach 100. But for some strange reason, they also go like, oh yeah, by the way, every 6 months, we are going to check out your channel and evaluate if you are still eligible to keep those VIP badges. Which I personally don't quite understand why they do this, because that doesn't make sense at all. Shouldn't VIP A be a thing that is given to us anyway? It's okay to reach it over an achievement, but then make it an achievement and give us right away 100 VIP badges, and let us have them forever. Maybe make it a restriction in the sense that you get VIP badges, but you will check it every 6 months. If the person is not an affiliate or partner or hasn't streamed within the last 6 months. Because I don't understand why this system exists. That doesn't make sense. And if you don't understand what the VIP badge is, it's basically a special badge that basically 2 people have in my channel, which allows them ability to equip a special chat badge and chat in slow, sub-only or follower-only modes. And that is the only things the VIP badge does. Well, I click on the learn more thing and it brings me to a very colorful page, which doesn't make any sense. Sure. So basically I can make this a reward, but it's gonna be expensive. Because it should be something that is, well, something that feels like an achievement when you get it. To give you an example, basically I watch someone who has this as a channel reward. It's of course not the only person, but to reach it, it costs 500,000 channel points. So, and like I said in the beginning, that is something that basically means for most people to basically watch or lurk the streams for 1.5, if not 2.5 years until you actually achieve it, because it takes really a long time to reach that number. But at least it feels like an achievement, because that takes a lot of dedication and time to actually achieve. It still gives you something back. It's not much, but at least it is something that stands out. So I would say this is something that I can integrate. Uh, What else? Hmm. So of course there's the check-in that people have sometimes. But the check-in thing is basically more or less like a thing that exists, but it doesn't really serve any useful purpose. In that regard, I see the hello reward more useful, especially for people who don't have the tendency to be in chat. Like a lot of lurkers, for example, do enjoy to use it and don't really engage in chat, but they don't mind saying hi. So, hi, which would be not too expensive, of course. I wouldn't, I would make the entry for it low, but not like 1 channel point, because I don't know. It's like, in the end, you need to kind of spend your channel points in some way, otherwise it's not useful. Say hi with 50,000 channel points. Right. And the best part is like if something becomes like too overwhelming or is abused too much, then you can always increase the channel points for said reward. So that makes sense. Mm, right. I need to also mention this. Like, solution to riddle, uh, but solution to riddle, but at the same time it needs a cooldown, moderate cooldown. So people cannot like just spam it, because that is not the idea. Uh, let's see. Am I actually in just chatting? Or no, I'm actually in 0 categories. Whoops. Yeah, everything goes well today. Okay. Uh, hmm. What else? Maybe I can also like write down some headpad. There's also this idea which I'm considering. Yeah. A high. Hmm. What else? Well, I could make a channel redeem where I basically have to teach somebody a Swiss word, which I can do, but it would be around medium cost and it would have a cooldown, so it cannot be ultra spammed, which is not the idea. Um, in that regard, I could also consider speak only Swiss for a certain amount of time. But hi there, Asa ni Sava San Asa ni San. Thank you for your follow. Hope you are doing well. Medium cost with a cooldown. Shit actually got me. I love this sound. There's a good reason why I love this sound, because it comes from uh, Tsubasa Chronicles. Okay, so okay, so the solution to the riddle, then VIP, hi, a hi, then teach a Swiss word and speak Swiss for a certain amount of time. That all works. Hmm. See, the interesting part overrated is I'm not recording the sounds of my notifications into my VODs. So people are going to watch a VOD and go like, huh? How does he know that someone just followed? Which is really funny. Hello, I'm from the Ghostfish server. Ah yeah, I remember, I think I saw you. Sorry, took me a while to follow. Don't worry, nobody's forced to follow any channels. I'm very glad that you considered a follow. Thank you. Yeah, the Ghostfish server is quite good. It's quite good, especially since I can come into contact with Len, of course, like other people as well. But Len is a very good source when it comes to streamer bot. So I'm very glad about that. In general, it's like a good server to have like some inspiration and ideas and resources when it comes to streaming. I like following streamers in Ghostfish because it gives me more people to rate. That is good. Len is a robot treat. Yes. I get it, Asa. It's not always so easy to find people to raid. I think we raided into your channel at some point. Yeah, we did. I think I raided you with Len? I think? Da-da-da-da. There we go. I was I was looking in a VOD of yours. Oh god, Jeff Raid is incoming. Yeah, especially if you're not able to vibe check them beforehand. But if someone is a streamer in Ghostfish, then they have passed the vibe check. That's good to know. Yeah, I had, and maybe still do have this problem, especially in the beginning when I was streaming. Same thing, like, sure, they tell you rate other channels that are up around the same size as you, because it gives you the best kinds of connection and possibilities uh, to meet new people and get new people interested in your channel. But same thing, like if I click on the rate button and I see all the suggestions that Twitch is giving me and goes like, oh yeah, you could rate this. And I'm like, yeah, that's nice, but I don't know these people. So sure, I can at least now look into their ongoing stream and kind of get a first impression from them, but that is usually not enough on my account to say like, yeah, this is useful to stream into. And I guess that is the best reason why I hang out in other chats, in other channels, and then then I raid with them into other streamers. Because when I have a stream going on where I already like the streamer, then usually these have other people they raid into that have a very similar vibe going on. And that is how I basically discovered all these smaller streamers that I follow now as well. So, yeah, it's basically networking, but on a little bit of a different kind of level. Instead of just like going to a gathering and talking to people, you're basically passively checking them out. It's kind of like that. Oh no, now I did follow Asa. Oh no. Oh, knee lurking. What is net lurking? Okay, net lurking. There we go. Yeah, it's basically net lurking. Yep. It really depends it depends what kind of person you are. You know, there are like far more extroverted people that literally just go like, okay, here's a list, okay, seems interesting, let's rate that. I just don't do that. Don't worry about it, I'm taking a week off from streaming this week anyway. Yes, but if I don't follow now, then I will forget to do it, so I will do it now. Easy peasy. But yeah, I mean, I follow a lot of channels which are quite more bigger than my own channel, and I sometimes also raid into those, but I'll keep it at a minimum, to be honest, because I'm like, sure, I can do that, but it will not work very well. But if I have like basically no other people going on and I feel like, okay, potentially, but even if that is the case, I'm not always doing it. In the best case scenario, you rate every time when you end a stream, but I feel like that is not always the possibility that I have. I could do it, but I just don't always feel like it. Also, I'm very sorry, but Chef is raiding now, in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds or 110. We might be lucky. And it might still go on for 2.5 minutes. Which is a little bit unfortunate. Because it said like for 5 minutes ago, it was 6 minutes ago, it was like, there's a raid incoming, and then it was a lie. I still need to make this delayed 3-minute message to inform me when the ads are over. There we go. There must be a delay function in sub actions. Anyway, we are currently in ads. Here, have a be right back button. Congratulations. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. There is a delay function under core, I think, and you set the delay in seconds. I actually found that. I just wasn't sure if do sub actions work from top to bottom? You know, like it starts with the first top sub action, then moves to the next one, then moves to the next one, then moves to the next one. Is it functioning like that? Yes, they go in order down the list. One sub-action will not start until the previous finishes. Okay, then it makes sense, because I didn't know if it really does that. You know, that's why I ignored it, because I wasn't sure. Then again, I could have tested it so easily. This is one of my downsides. I usually tend to want to know first how to do it instead of just trying it out, which kind of sucks. It's not a good thing. I need to kind of get rid of that mindset. Things like play sound are instant, and if you want the next zip action to wait until the audio video are finished, then you need to delay the set to the same length as the file. Yeah, of course, that makes sense. I was actually surprised with this function, with this sub action of delay, that you had to define it in seconds, which is extremely annoying. I didn't understand why they didn't have like settings of like hours, minutes, and seconds. Welcome back, chat. Yeah, programming thing, probably. That was like my idea as well, that this is probably done because of programming. So yeah, I get that. Whoops, I need to remove this, be right back. No god, just wanted to say like it sounds like Final Fantasy. I was wondering what the Jeff Raid thing was. I now understand. It's an ad raid. Yes, it is. I thought like we all suffer from the ads, so I was like, I make it kind of like amusing and not really point out that it is actually an ad break, but people will get it. The moment they see, like, I will wait for 3 minutes to return, they kind of get it then. At latest, then they will understand. See, I also watch Pirate Software, so Pirate Software has this wonderful little funny thing going on that when the ads are starting, Jeff's face in huge resolution comes in from the side during the 3 minutes of ads, which is really amusing. Recently, he started to adjust Jeff depending on what he plays, and it's really amusing. But I'm not a big fan of like huge distractions on the stream itself. Despite that, I also do the same thing. I wait for people because I also agree that people who cannot afford a subscription or want to pay a subscription, which is completely okay, should not be punished just because they cannot do that. So I will just wait whenever I can for those 3 minutes to pass so nobody's actually missing content. And I think that is a good stance to have. And I think a lot of people appreciate that. So I do the same. That's a nice thing to do, yes. Of course, there are situations where you cannot pause the content you are doing. For example, you're doing a multiplayer thing, or let's say you play marbles on stream and a current run is going. It's like in those cases, you cannot really pause, but I think people understand that. I also mentioned this in my message that I say, like, if possible, but if I can pause the content or whatever I'm doing, then I do that. On the other side, you can also look at it as a positive thing for yourself as a streamer, since the ads are, depending how you use it, of course, but let's say you go with the default recommended way that ads are presented, like I do, where basically every hour it enforces a 3 minute ad break. Look at it as a positive thing in the sense of like, now you can also take a 3 minute break. Drink something, stretch, get up if you want to, maybe take a toilet break. Like the 3 minutes will pass very fast when you include something like that. So I also have merged this into that. Like I had actually a separate timer where Bob Ross comes in and reminds me to get up, stretch, hydrate, not just me, but everybody, every hour. And now, since I'm affiliate and I will get an enforced break every hour anyway, I have now kind of shortened the message and merged it with the actual Jeff rate. So now Jeff comes in, rates my channel with 3 minutes of ads, but at the same time it also gives me the message, hey, get up, stretch, drink something. I also, like I said, can use the moment as well if I have to refill my cup with something to drink. So 3 minutes well spent on my own side while people have, well, to endure Jeff's raid for 3 minutes. Hopefully they also use this time for the same things, of course. And forced break is one of the best ways I've heard someone refer to ads. Yeah. I mean, we are here, right? As a streamer, you usually spend multiple hours doing this. So breaks are important. Like, you're not doing anything good to yourself if you would sit down for 8 hours, forget to drink, forget to refill your cup so you can drink more, not to stretch, not to get up, not turn away your eyes from the monitor. So yeah, it's actually a good, healthy reminder to take breaks. Regardless of the bullshit that are ads. Good. Let's see. And yes, chat, there will be no channel reward that is hydrate yourself, stretch. This is not gonna happen, because this happens since I stream every hour, regardless. Then again, one thing I can consider to put into my streamer rewards, but we wanna drown you and turn you into a yoga master. I know. I know. I always tell people who have these redeems, there are two kinds of people who have redeems for hydration and stretching. And on one side, I understand why they do it. It is a good channel reward interaction. I get it. But then there are like two kinds of people. There's the most common one, which has these rewards, but they don't put a cooldown on it. So yes, they are getting destroyed by chat. And then there are the other kinds of people who kind of thought about it and know that this is going to be abused by chat and put an actual cooldown on it. And I really see the cooldown version of it very rarely, which I don't understand, because like it is clear, if you put this reward into your channel points, it is clear as day that chat is going to use this reward every 5 minutes. I have them because I forget otherwise. Luckily, I haven't had anyone abuse the redeems. That's good. I mean, if you're lucky enough to have built a community that is not going to troll you by abusing those rewards, then that's good. I'm glad to hear that. But most people have like a chat where there is a certain population of chatters in chat that love to do that. So in that case, I really don't understand when people use it and don't put a cooldown on it. Also, just make sure to stay on Spooky's good side. Yeah, I've seen it happen a lot in other people's chats. She forced Cross to put a cooldown on so many redeems. I mean, that is a good lesson for Cross. See, Asa, I had for a long time a very similar problem. I didn't drink enough. Then I started to put a cup next to me, filled, where I drink from, at least once every hour. And since I started to stream, I made an hourly message from my bot to remind me to drink. So at least every hour I'm going to drink because my bot is telling me. Granted, I usually drink more than every hour because over time I teach myself to, well, just simply drink. But yeah, it's things like that. When you struggle with you do not drink enough, usually it's best to work with a reminder. So yes, you have a channel redeem that people can use to remind you. And then you have to evaluate, right? So do you actually drink enough? And if you don't, maybe it is not a bad idea to have like a regular reminder in chat coming from your bot that tells you, hey, don't forget to hydrate. Over time, and by over time, I mean like it usually takes 2 to 3 months of continuous doing something. It will become a habit. I'm in a permanent state of dehydration. Well, that is not so good. I will, in all honesty, tell you, try to stay hydrated. Really, it is not funny if you don't. This can actually lead to some health problems if you're not doing it properly enough. Not to scare you, but I just say that because of personal experience. I should drink more, but drinking water is so tedious and my brain tries to convince me not to. See, if you struggle, then don't think like you need like a reminder that goes multiple times per hour. Start with an hourly reminder that says like, hey, drink, but also do it when it says. And from there on, you can adjust reminders if necessary. At some point, if you do it long enough, 2-3 months, it usually becomes a habit. And then you start to do it without thinking about it. Despite that, I do this myself. And I have created a habit of drinking. I still have the situations when I'm getting like really into a game. I can easily forget for hours to actually drink something. Doesn't matter if the cup is standing next to me. I'm very bad at just grabbing a fizzy drink instead of water or juice, just because it's easier. I'm training myself to grab my water bottle whenever my hands get fidgety. If it has water, I have to take a drink. If it's empty, I'm allowed to stand up and refill it. Well, that's a good way of doing it. See, if you say like a fizzy drink is easier to grab than water or juice, then you literally have to either have a big cup or a bottle, anything where you can put like water or juice into it and have it just an arm's length away from you. Because then you have the lowest resistance to uh, to res- there's the lowest resistance of not doing it. Like, you know, if you just can extend your arm to the bottle, to the cup that already is filled with water or juice, then your brain has the least amount of resistance to not do it. You know, everybody is about convenience. That's the thing. I completely understand when you say that it's easier to grab a fizzy drink that is like nearby you instead of getting up, going to a fridge or whatever to grab your drink. I get that. It's a great idea. Shall do that. Yeah, give that a try. You will probably notice. You should notice that it is far easier to do. The thing is, your brain is not your enemy. You just have to understand how your brain works. That can differ depending on the person. But one of the things that you have to understand about any brain is your brain hates hates to use energy. That is one of the things that your brain literally dislikes the most, is spending energy. And that is the reason why things happen more easily, because when you have to do the least amount of effort to do it, then your brain loves that. My brain hates end statement. I know I shouldn't laugh because it is really not funny. Um, yeah, I get it, Angie. It's not fun in those specific circumstances, but it is also not like a circumstance where you have no ability to work with it. My brain yearns to be a cabbage. And then, if you add some salt to it and some spices, you can make kimchi out of it. Yummy. My brain yearns for the sea. Ah, I see. I want to go swimming. I see. You have been in contact with the old gods. It makes sense. Turn my brain into kimchi. This is my last resort. This is my last resort. Oh, you people need to be more kind with your own brains. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay. My brain needs to be more kind to my time. True. In your case, it is all about short goals and fast rewards. That is what your brain really loves. And is actually a trick that works best. Would you not agree? Like short goals that with instant rewards, don't you feel like that is working best for you? Because in general, you can say that it works for that. Those are good ones, but those are hard to find. That is true. It is not easy to put into a practical way in our world because our world usually doesn't work like that, which of course sucks. Also, activities that are their own reward, like biking, those are my crack. Yes, I noticed. But that's the thing, right, Angie? It's all about finding out what works personally for you. It doesn't have to work for anybody else. It's just about what works personally for you. It sucks in the beginning because you have to figure out what actually works. So that is always a time that is shitty because you have to struggle with it. In most cases, it also is not very compatible with most life situations because society has decided to work in a specific way that is not in favor of yours. But I feel like if you start to work on it and then find your personal solutions, then you can start to apply those solutions in usual or unusual ways so you can implement it in every day. And if people don't understand why this works for you and why you have implemented it that way, then you take them, put them in a box, and ship them with Amazon to another place. I just wish I could do things whenever I wanted instead on a schedule. I also want to be able to go to do things for free. I want to learn blacksmithing, but it's impractical and expensive. That is true. For you specifically, like jobs that don't work too much with the schedule, but are like extremely flexible in what you can do at any given time, is usually something that works the best. Which is, of course, very understandable. The problem is that most jobs don't work that way, which sucks. I want to learn blacksmithing, but it's impracticable and expensive. But the thing is this, if you ever have the chance to find like a class or even a small introduction course to blacksmithing, then take it. I mean, you don't have to become like I you want to do it, but you also see that it is expensive. You also see it is probably a dying out form as a job. I get that. Don't say it is a dead job because it's not. We still need people like blacksmiths for a good amount of things in the industries. But I get your point. But I would say, like, if you ever have the chance to dip into it, check it out. Even if it's just a class, even if it's just an introduction 1 hour thing, do it. And here's even something better. Here's even something better. It doesn't have to be like right away just blacksmithing. As you know, blacksmithing is one form of doing things. But as you say, like you're interested in it as I read this. My compromise is that my father is thinking of buying a welder and said I could use it if he did buy one. I could make so many unholy creations with that. See, that's the other thing. Like, welding is not blacksmithing, but it goes into the same direction because it is also working with hard materials, metals, to create something. So don't get too fixated on, for example, blacksmithing. Also consider things like something, I'm not sure if this is even useful. I'm just gonna mention it. Like, for example, there are also more finer crafts that also have to do with this, like, the goldsmith. This is probably less your thing because it needs a lot of patience, but it is also connected to what blacksmiths are doing. And also, yeah, I know welding is not just like, here, hold this torch, put this thing on your face and start welding. You also need to understand how welding actually works in the first place. Sorry, Asa? Maybe there's a glass blowing club near you. I don't know how much a membership would cost. It's not. I've checked in terms boring as fuck. I'm also poor. There is no reason to apologize, Asa. You only made a suggestion. That is fine. Suggesting things to people is completely fine. You didn't make a mistake. You ever read the webcomic Questionable Content? No, I didn't. I have not. The thing is, you enjoy making things like that, tinkering around. You don't need a specific job for that. Like, so many people have this tendency of learning tinkering around in their free time as a hobby. To some degree, this at some point forms themselves into something they can do professionally. Faye from that comic does welding art, where she makes statues. I feel like I would have so much fun with that. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, if you can tinker around, you don't need a specific, like, dedicated shop for that. You can do that at home, except maybe for welding, which you should probably not do at home, of course, depending the kind of welding you're doing. If it's just small welding, then okay, but bigger welding, no. But yeah, like, you can always start small. You don't need to go like heavy industrial from the get-go. Yeah, no, 240-volt plug in my apartment anyways. Yeah. It starts at some point. Even if you consider just to take simple materials, like of something that is not like huge in size, but like something that is like half an arm in height or something like that, you can easily do that at home with various materials. You're not forced to weld this together. There are many other ways of putting things together, right? And there is the creative process in all of that. Like, how do you achieve this? You set yourself a goal of something you want to know, or you just tinker away and see where it leads. For that, you don't need much space, nor do you need many materials. And from there on, you learn, and it also helps you to get into a creative mindset. If you want to extend this in a bigger form, then you can try. Hopefully, you have the abilities to find places to do so. But, you know, it's not like I have this dream of expressing and making and creating stuff and feel like you have no ability or choice in your local area to not participate in that. You can. Sometimes you just have to start at a different place before you can move on to what you envision. That's the thing. It's like you cannot go from 0 to 100. You just start somewhere, take your path and time that you need, and then you can work towards that set goal that you want to reach. And if you want to reach this goal, you will find a way to do so. It's one of the things I hate. You know, I just say this and I really mean it. Like this is not a joke. I really mean it. It's like I tell you this because I know this can work. But for me personally, you know, like how many people go like, "Oh, you draw," and you can go like, yeah." But then most people go like, you know, if you wanna extend your abilities and your creativity with drawing, try draw with different materials. And I did, but what I found out for me personally, so don't apply the same thing to yourself, is that I never enjoyed that. You know, I really never enjoyed doing that myself. Like, sure, I did learn to draw on normal materials like paper and pen. But then people go like, yeah, how about you try canvas painting and this form of this? And maybe people at later moments told me like, why don't you just draw here, but with watercolors and so on? And I didn't like it. It's not like I just say like, oh, this is stupid and bad, but it's just probably the way how people introduce this idea to me is probably the mistake why it doesn't work with me. Because people just say like, here, they set you down and go like, here's the medium that you can use to draw, which I hate because I don't want to sit down and just draw. I want an idea, a goal that I want to draw. If I don't have one right now, then I sit here and think to myself, what the fuck do I want to draw? And the problem is this. I rather have the experience of sitting down and have to deal with a medium that I'm unfamiliar with, potentially might even not like, but have like another person next to me or opposite to me who is actually good at doing those things, like with these specific materials. Because I rather have someone who is basically giving me a tutorial lesson of like, hey, okay, so let's sit down and I'll teach you how to draw with watercolors, how to colorize with watercolors this flower, as we both have like an line art of a flower. Because there's a specific way and technique how you can make watercolors look and shine really well when it comes to colorizing. But as an amateur, you don't understand that. But having someone who is like patient enough and respect, someone you respect is a very helpful situation and tool to make yourself engaged in it. And you'll feel more motivated to actually do it because you kind of want to see if you like it or not. And you also know there is no pressure in making mistakes. And it is. I also like it when it's not like in a group, but instead like a 101 session where it's just about me and the other person, and not that I feel that I'm gonna fall into the trap of like comparing myself to other people on the same standard as me, which you should never do. I say it's easier said than done that you should never compare yourself to other people. It's extremely easy to say, but it is also extremely hard to do. But you shouldn't do it because the only person you need to compare yourself to is yourself. Yeah, I hate that too. Sometimes they think that your skill is one art medium that can transfer to another, and that's not really true. Yes, that is not true. I'm terrible at acrylic painting, for example. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like in drawing, there are so many medias and ways to draw. You cannot you cannot just take your one skill set in one particular form of art and apply it to another medium. It just doesn't work because other medias just work completely different. Like, I'm personally extremely impressed with people who are able to draw in watercolors, which is something I hate because mostly I make the mistake of making my brush too wet, and this then ruins the paper. So I already fail at the basics. Like, that's one. Another one is like, I'm also extremely impressed with people who can actually colorize things with felt pens. Like, that one is so crazy to me. And I respect people who can do it because it takes a particular skill set and patience to do this. In general, I respect anybody who is doing drawing on traditional materials because, we live in a world of digital. So therefore, I'm used being the wonderful, haha, I have an undo button, ha. And on traditional materials, you can barely correct mistakes. You can to some degree, but you cannot correct a major mistake. In digital, you just control set that thing and it's gone. So yes, there's some comfort from digital art that the conventional materials can never give you, which makes it a lot more frustrating, of course, if you basically are more interested in digital drawing than actual normal materials. It's the same reason I also hate it. I also hate it. I was taught in pen and paper drawing, but that was back when I was in school. And yes, of course, we have the eraser, which is good and nice, but depending what pen you're using and what eraser you are using, it could potentially ruin the paper because you're not supposed to press hard with the eraser on the paper. I love seeing traditional artists do their thing. I hate drawing it myself. I wouldn't say that I hate drawing in traditional manners. I'm just more respectful for it, and I have a far lower motivation for doing it. But the thing is this, if I would know other artists personally, not just like screen to screen, and they would be like, hey, I'm going to teach you this, I would be down to do it. Like, I'm fully aware that I will suck, I will make major mistakes, but I would do my best to ignore that and just acknowledge that I'm literally an amateur in this. And this person is kind enough to teach me, and I try to take as much as possible from that lesson. Now, here's one thing that you can translate between different kinds of materials when it comes to art. It doesn't matter if it's digital or normal materials, physical materials. The way that you draw, the way you do line art, sketches, and even colorizing, and everything you implement from shadows to lightning to color patterns and so on, you can always learn something from a other skill set of drawing and transfer that partially to the medium that you usually do. So yes, you can learn something from drawing with watercolors, with acrylic. You can learn something from that and bring it into your digital drawing, because nothing is stopping you from using watercolors in digital drawings, or acrylic, or traditional stuff with felt pens or colored pencils. You can apply those techniques and ideas from the other medias to a digital drawing. You can do that. The other way around, on the other hand, is probably a little bit more difficult. I did enjoy watercoloring, but I didn't get to do it very much. Yeah. So while it's not wrong to say that you should take inspirations and learn new skill sets and getting ideas from other ways of drawing, that is not wrong. But I feel like when it comes to learning those things, that is very subjective for each artist. So for me, I personally, like I explained, I would rather learn from someone I know as a friend who would sit down on a one-on-one with me and teach me. Even if it would end up in a catastrophic failure, I would still learn something from it. And I wouldn't also struggle much with motivation because I know I'm in a chill environment with a friend. They will not be here to mock me or taunt me because I make mistakes, but they truly want to teach me something, and I'm up to it to try my best. And that environment helps me far more to stay motivated and get through it, even if I might end up not liking it, but at least I would try it and see if this is even something I would dabble into the future or never again. But if you put me into a group, then I will feel almost no motivation to do it. And I think this is the same reason why it doesn't work even on a one-on-one with an art teacher, so to speak. And I tried that. I really did. Like I didn't draw for quite some time, and then I was like, I kind of want to draw again. And I actually found someone who is an artist himself who is offering courses to people, but like one-on-one courses. And I did it for one session and then stopped. Not because I thought that the person itself was bad at teaching, certainly not, but it was exactly what I expected to experience. So they did nothing wrong, don't get me wrong, because they basically put me down, paper, pen, and of course you learn one of the first basic things, which is putting down an object on paper in the correct proportions. And for that, you take a pen, you hold it in front of you at the object, and use your finger on the pen to measure how big the object is. And then you use that to put it down on the same scale on the paper. That works because it's a basic normal technique to find out proportions correctly in objects and even perspective. And I did it. But it's exactly what I expected that I would be taught in those lessons. And I was completely demotivated because of that. Because I was like, I get it. He's not making any mistakes there. It's the correct thing. I know I need to learn the basics and be good at it before I can proceed to the next things. But at that time, my mindset was more set into, I have this idea. I want to put this idea on paper. But that is basically wanting to go from 0 to 100 in one step, and don't learn the intricate, important, small steps in between. And because of that, it literally failed, because I had too much ambition of what I wanted, and I wanted to ignore all the small steps in between, which is not working, of course. So yeah, it's just an example why it also didn't work. And the thing is, the person might be the person itself was an artist with many years of experience, of course. And I always say, like, yes, those people are the good teachers, which will teach you like their ways, how they learned how to draw. And that is one of the things, like, some basic steps will always be the same, no matter which teacher you have. But then it becomes very subjective. The teacher will most likely then start to teach you the way they learned how to draw. And this might differ vastly between people. So one might do it this way, the other does that way. But there's like no perfect solution that says like, this is the formula which you need to follow, and if you do, you become an amazing artist. It's like, no, that's not how it works. I had a friend who is also an artist who was open enough to say like, here, I'm going to teach you how to improve in drawing. And they taught me a technique to improve shadow and lightning and form in one session. And what you are basically doing is take a blank canvas, and on this canvas your goal is to draw a sphere. And this sphere has a light and it has a shadow. So basically it's a sphere on the ground with one light source, which creates a light source on the sphere, and of course a shadow, and a shadow on the ground. That is the goal of drawing in this practice. So what you are doing is, you now know what to draw. Good. You have 5 minutes. And then, when you have finished that, you draw the exact same thing again, but in 4 minutes. And then in 3, and then in 2, and then in 1, and then in 30 seconds. And this is a small little practice that actually does a lot of things. On one side, you learn to speed up your drawings. You learn to draw a specific shape, and you have to draw it multiple times and draw it in the correct shape. And you also have to understand how light and shadow should look like correctly. And of course, you also need to understand and learn what tools do you need to use to make it look fine. You stick with one choice that you have chosen to do so, but it also teaches you how to do this as fast as possible. And the practice itself is a good one because it does teach you multiple things at once. But it's also boring. It's also boring, but I guess you can literally do this with multiple things. It works best with basic structures and basic shapes, aka like the sphere, the cube, the triangle, pyramid, whatever. It is a very mundane and boring practice because you are just drawing simple, basic shapes. But it teaches you many things at the same time. I think if you get bored of this kind of practice, then the best way to improve this specific pattern, this specific thing, but leave out light and shadows, but you want to improve speed, is basically choose a simple form to draw and do exactly the same thing. For example, let's say you want to be able to draw line art, small line art creatures, but as fast as possible. Then you choose something simple. That could be, for example, just a loafing cat or a sitting cat. And you draw that, and then you draw it again, but faster, and draw it again, but faster. Some people have done this for many, for many times, because I know of artists who are literally like sitting down and go like, okay, Chad, what are we going to draw? And Jack goes like, a cat, and then they draw a cat within less than 5 seconds, and it looks good. It's a line art cat, a line art comic-like cat, but in less than 5 seconds, and it looks really good. And you look at it and go like, what the fuck just happened? And that is impressive. When you can do stuff like that, it look like, to the artists themselves, it's like this is nothing. This is boring. This is crap. They might even call it bad. But it's not, because when you look at it, you see it. It's not bad. But they consider it bad because it's such an easy, simple practice. They are so used to draw all the time that they don't consider it as a good standard. Don't do that, by the way. Like, don't call it bad. Appreciate what you are drawing, even if you might consider it not as being on standard quality. Believe me, the majority of people looking at your simple drawing will love it. And they will also see that it is good. Accept that compliment. Very important, especially in artists. Stop being so self-critical. If people make compliments, accept them and cherish them. They are true and valid. Don't put yourself down. And we are about, I'm in danger. Yes, you are. Also, Jeff, in like 20 seconds, I guess, Asa, I know it is very hard to accept something like that. And I will tell you after the ads why it is not a good thing to do. To accept like bad ideas and bad things and blah. Is it now or do we wait? I think it's another 30 seconds. I just should look at pre-roll off, which is the exact timer. So yeah, it might start in 10. I will let you know when I'm abducted. And there we go. Indeed, it has begun. It has begun. And yes, this is perfect because I'm going to refill my cup. Be right back. You lived! Congratulations. I'm also back. See, I used this time to refill my cup, stretch, take a toilet break. It's perfect. So, see, the thing is, and I'm not saying this out of the blue, because this has been researched by science and backed up with actual facts from science that it works. Your subconscious listens to what you are saying. And that is why you shouldn't be mean to yourself. Oh no, not science and facts. Yes, science and facts. No, but in all honesty, like your subconsciousness is listening to what you are saying about yourself. And that is the reason why it is so important to be honest. Hi, Suba. How are you doing? So it's important that you are not making a mistake and then call yourself dumb or stupid, because mistakes happen. That is okay. Doing okay. How are you? I'm doing fine, thank you. I just refilled my cup, which I'm going to sip. See, mistakes happen. Mistakes happen. Mistakes can be done. Everybody makes mistakes all the time. But there's the subtle difference of you saying, oh, that was stupid, or that was dumb, or I'm stupid, or I'm dumb, versus saying, yeah, that happened, but it's okay, because now I'm going to do this and this. Sure, even I fall into that trap from time to time. Let's say I play a game and I make a mistake that could have been avoided, but even then, sometimes I say to myself, like, oh, that was stupid. But it's not a good practice to do. Instead, I should say, like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Or, oh, I should have known that. I guess I learned something from this and don't repeat this mistake again. See, there's a difference in that. One is saying it in a very negative way, and the other one just acknowledges that, okay, you didn't see it coming. So, if you didn't see it coming, so yeah, of course you can make mistakes because you didn't know. Maybe you knew it would happen, or you suspected it would happen, and you still fell for it. This is also okay, because making mistakes is important. Without making mistakes, you cannot grow. You only grow from your mistakes. You make them, you learn something from them, and then you do it differently in the future. That is the general consent when it comes to, well, growing and become better. So it is very important that you don't phrase it in a negative way when something happens. Even let's see if I can make a better example. So let's say you said something to a friend that was not very good. They were pretty much offended by it. Now, on one side, you can say, like, oh, I was stupid. I told that I didn't actually wanted to say that. How stupid of me. Or you could say, I didn't want it to offend them. I did it because I thought this happened instead. My mistake. I want to do better by doing this in the future. Of course, also say sorry. See, there's a difference. And because your subconscious is always listening, when you have a negative view of yourself, this is going to snowball into an avalanche of negative feelings, of having a low self-esteem, of feeling, even in the worst case, depressed, no confidence. But you can work against that. And it starts with the very small things of just saying nicer things about yourselves. It's not about what other think about you. It's not about what your environment might want you to believe. It is about being objective with yourself. Saying like, I cannot do this schedule because I hate schedules. I don't work with schedules. It's just stupid. And I guess I'm not capable of working with this environment and society because I'm just incompatible. I'm broken. Or you could say, yes, there's a schedule. I will maybe struggle with this, but I will try my best way to apply my own solutions to this to work as best as possible with this. Instead of phrasing it in a negative way, at least phrasing it in a neutral way and in the most best circumstances also positively is much better. Because you learn to accept who you are, and you also learn to accept that the way you are and how unique you are is what makes you. Like, sure, you shouldn't go around with your skateboard and smack every random person in the street you encounter with it and let them visit the hospital and so on, because that is just malicious. And you should change that and not tell yourself like, yeah, well done, I'm such a great person. It's like, of course not. But when you have something, let's say you're shy and you know that, then that is okay. And then you can say like, yeah, I'm shy. This might be a challenge for me, but it's okay because this is me, and I know potential solutions to deal with this. This acknowledges, on one side, you as a person and who you are, but at the same time, you're not saying like, just because you are like this, you are not worth it. And that is the important thing. It starts everywhere, very small. You struggle with keeping your room tidy? That happens. You're not alone. Guess what? Tons of people struggle with the same thing. Yes, life lessons. So you struggle with keeping your room tidy. Guess what? Tons of people have the same problem. You're not alone. What are you going to do? Guess what? Take a single item where you feel like this doesn't belong there and put it in its right place. Even if it's a piece of paper that you need to put into a trash bin, take it, put it in a trash bin, and the next part might sound really silly, but it works. Take your hand, pat yourself on the other shoulder, and go like, well done. That's all you have to do. and then go on with your day. It doesn't matter if there's like 99 other items that don't belong where they are. You just did the first step. You managed to take one item and put it somewhere where it belongs. And you said to yourself, well done. You enforced a positive behavior on yourself. And this is the first little stone that you need to do it again. 3 days later, you will do the same again with a different item. Do it again. And over time, it will become an actual habit. Maybe 4 days later after that, you will put down 2 items in your room somewhere where they belong. And in both cases, you enforce it again in a positive way and congratulate yourself for doing this. Do it even double because you did 2 instead of 1. Every time you do a positive reinforcement on yourself, you teach your brain, this is good. I feel good about this. I want to do more. You can even add that to that if you instead just patting your shoulders and go like, well done. You could even add phrases like, well done, I'm proud of myself. I want to do this again. Because your brain works that way. The more clear and the more positive you talk with yourself, the better your brain starts to use it as a habit that you can use without even thinking about it. Over time, if you keep doing this, you will notice how you not even think about it, and you just walk through your room while you pick up things and put them where they belong, and you didn't even think about it. But it is important to be precise and clear why you do something. It's the same reason why when you do phrasing of like, I want to work out. So yes, you want to work out, but you didn't define what exactly, like you didn't define what is exactly my goal and why do I want this goal. Now, if you said instead of like, I want to work out every morning for 30 minutes because I want to improve my health. Now you have given a good instruction. You said like, when do you want to do it? What do you want to do it? Where's your goal? And why do you even want to do this? And as silly as it sounds, this instruction set is something that your brain understands very well. It's the same reason when you say like, I might work out. This is doomed to fail because you say like, you might. The might is not a definition, it's a wish. But a wish is not defined. If you say, I will work out, that is already better defined. It will give you probably a lot more motivation to put it into an actual goal. But the more you define it, when you want to do it, what you want to do it, how you want to do it, and for what, the more precise and structured you phrase it, the easier your brain will take it and start to make a habit out of it. Good morning. Why do you hate Pepe? What have they done to deserve your hate? It has nothing to do with the fact that a certain group of people took actually Pepe and used it for malicious purposes. It's not that. Most people would think this is the reason why I don't like Pepe. It's literally just a visual thing. I don't like Pepe's visuals. It looks disgusting. Like, I just don't like how it looks. I don't know, Coffee, if you know. I don't know if you know this. So basically, there's Pepe, right? And then not long ago, they developed a version of Pepe, which is basically the same frog, but they give him like black dots as eyes instead of the human eyes. And guess what? That version of Pepe I find acceptable. Unexpected but valid. Yeah. See? It's just a small visual change in the eyes on the character, and the letter version with the dot eyes, to me, is not offending like that. But the original Pepe is disgusting. I just hate this character, how he looks. I personally don't understand why people are so much into Pepe. I don't get it. But that's me. It's okay. If people like Pepe, then what can I do? Then they like Pepe. Okay. Fine. I will tell you that at some point I was so annoyed by Pepe that I basically went into chats, and when people used a Pepe emote, I basically banned it. I put it on a ban list in Francophase C, which means they deleted out of the chat. I did that. I had a quite extensive ban list on Francophase C, specifically for Pepe emotes. The biggest problem now these days is that 7TV exists, which is ridiculous because 7TV just uses normal words to display an emote, which is really annoying. In this regard, I talked about this before, is if you have, like Francophase C at least has like some regulations, but 7TV is like a wild west of emotes, where people can just make the most offensive emotes ever and put it behind a simple word. And then you get a chat that is filled with the same word over and over again. And if you don't have 7TV as display on Twitch, you just have a wall of same words going on in your chat. It's really stupid. I wish that better Twitch TV and 7TV had like a format where they would do it basically like Twitch is doing. So so basically I would love to have this or 7TV your name. So if emotes would be named like this, basically Twitch is doing that. It takes your channel name and then the name that you have defined for your emote. So if Better Twitch TV and 7TV would both use this kind of system, then it would be easier to filter it out if you do not like it. Is 7TV the one where they replace random words with emotes? Yes. Yes. That is 7TV. Also 7TV has also almost no regulations when it comes to the emotes itself. So you can make the most offensive emotes and hide it behind something like a word like read, which is disgusting. I don't like it. And that's the difference between 7TV and Better Twitch TV. Better Twitch TV at least has some regulations in regards to emotes you can put up on there. But 7TV is like no rules. You can basically put on whatever you want. So yeah, I'm also not a big fan of 7TV at all. And I watch certain channels that have mostly a reaction chat where people are like constantly spamming emotes. And it is not fun. In most cases, I watch the channel and, well, turn the chat off. Because I know the chat is only reaction, emote reaction for the most part. And for my reason that I don't like Pepe, I have instantly put this since I started to stream into my channel rules and said like, no Pepe emotes. You don't like emote spam? Emote spam is okay. It depends what kind of emote spam. In most cases when there's a 7TV emote spam, it's mostly garbage. Otherwise, I really don't mind. As you can see, Coffee can spam as many emotes as he wants. In most cases, my chat usually is not an emote spamming chat, so therefore, it's not really a problem. I will be honest, a part that I'm not a fan of what was the name of those offensive little things? I see no other god here other than me. That is true, Coffee. You are a god. I'm your creator. What was the name of those things? You know, these really annoying, ugly children toys that go like ah bah, 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 bah. I forgot. Because this emote is based on those. Still, I find it funny. I still find the boing boing funny. That's my only boing boing I have. Noodle behavior, right? Da 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 da. But yeah, Well, that basically goes into the end of that discussion. So, all in all, be kind to yourself, speak positively about yourself, compare only yourself to your past self, and draw. Draw, practice, become your personal drawing god. Yes. Compare these nuts. Okay. No, you draw. True. Absolutely true. Salute. Yeah, I I should draw again. Oh, I was meaning to ask, did you draw your PNG? No. This PNG avatar has been drawn by a friend of mine who wishes to stay anonymous, which I will respect. It's very nice and clean. Yes, it is. Ah. But yeah, I basically have not many excuses to not draw because I have a drawing tablet, I have a pen, I have drawing software. But my probably best excuse to not draw is video games. Yes, that is the lame excuse I use for most of this. Like, I could draw, but I could also play video games, you know? This is not how you should do it, by the way. It's also my excuse. We are the best liars to ourselves. Wonderful. You know, Angie, you bonk me, but I could re-bonk you. Angie, when are you going to stream again? I'll give you a reason why you should stream, so I can test your audio. Yes, that is the best reason why. Mm-hmm. And now I await Angie's response to that. July 1st. That is very specific. Do you have a specific reason why it's the 1st of July? I'm here to ask the real questions. Da, 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 da. Told myself no streaming in June. I have some stuff I need to do that I have been procrastinating on. That is a good reason, and I completely accept that. Well done, AJ. Good way of setting yourself a goal and keep at it. Well done. Keep that up. Proud of you, Angie. Keep going. You can do it. Basically punishing myself by withholding streaming until I get it sorted. Yeah, sometimes you have to go that way. I still would say that falls under positive pressure. So yeah, that's fine. Ba, 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 ba. Du, du. Right. I actually didn't find anything useful news-wise today. Not really. Which is not a bad thing. Du, 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 du. Oh great, a new Call of Duty. Yay! Because we all wanted another Call of Duty. No, because we are gonna get a new Call of Duty, if we want it or not. Okay, look, people still have to wait for Silk Song. So the latest information is that Silk Song will be released in holiday season, aka it will be expected to release in November or early December. So if this is on your wish list, then now you kind of have an idea when to expect its release. Right. I don't think anything else is worthwhile news wise. No, not really. Shad. But you know, I could do this, but I feel like, I will do that at another time. But this time, we can do this. By the way, if you are still listening, Asa, when you look at this list of games here on my left side, is there anything particular that you are interested to see? You cannot choose Hollow Knight, though. I know how people work when they see Hollow Knight. They're like, yeah, Hollow Knight. Now the streamer can suffer. Crypt Custodian looks very cute. I do not know what it is about. Okay. Complete different question. What do you think? Will you be here for another, like, 2 hours? What do you think? Because then I can make a decision on what to play first. Da, da, da. Probably I might not be active if gaming or drawing myself, but I will be here. Okay. Okay, so since the chances are there, I will dabble a little bit into Crypt Custodian, so you get an impression of this. Have you ever heard of the game Islets? I will show you what Islets is, just in case. I have not. Okay, so Crypt Custodian is the second game from this developer. The first game they made is Islets, which is an action platformer Metroid-like game. I'll give you. Yeah, let's watch the trailer. They have multiple trailers. Hopefully this is gameplay. So that is Islets. I played Islets on this channel. I finished Islets. Um, it looks cute. It's a solid game, don't get me wrong. The one thing that I personally didn't like about the game was the fact that you cannot heal yourself. at all. The only way to actually heal yourself is at save points. Otherwise, you have to do the in-between sessions between save points without healing once. Enemies don't drop healing items. Objects don't drop healing items. Nothing. Only save points do heal you. Yes, it's a very cute game and it has a good graphic style and it is a solid action platformer. So, then they made Crypt Custodian, which is not exactly the same game. It's now a top-down view, third-person action adventure slash RPG. It plays most likely in exactly the same world. At least they are using a lot of assets from the other game in this game. But unfortunately, at least for me, they kept to the idea that you can only heal at save points. I wasn't very thrilled about that fact, but I can only speak for myself. Like I assume most people don't mind it as much as I do, but I struggled more because of it. So yeah. Well, so yeah, let's show you the actual gameplay. The gameplay kind of reminds me of Cult of the Lamb in a way. Yeah, partially that's true, yeah. Custodian. Oh, my character's still on the side. I see. I guess I'll keep it there. It's okay. Sideways cat returns. So yes. I have 5% in this game so far. So, what is the deep lore story so far in this game? Well, basically, we are this black cat, and apparently we died. And we came here and were greeted by another cat, I think, which then told us we need to go to a specific person who will then tell if we are going to the castle, aka heaven, or to hell. And because we couldn't go to that person because our path was blocked by vases and statues, we had to obtain a broom, which allowed us to smash those, and then we could actually reach the place. We went there, and this person looked at our life and went like, oh, we had a good life. We were a nice kitty, we had nice people that took care of us, and unfortunately, we died. And all of that was good. And then they turned the next page and saw that we basically smashed their statues and vases. Yes, I will. Thank you. And because of that, they were like, no, you go to hell instead. So now we are tasked being the janitor of hell for all eternity. But as you can see, hell doesn't look like so bad, right? It's not like the worst place. So yeah.
Stream category change to Crypt Custodian.
And here we are. Here we are, and I also forgot most of the controls. Because I haven't played this game in a moment. Attack, jump. The special attack is there. Okay. Dash. Interact. Split map. Okay. One of the things I always struggle is find the map button. So we basically went here and defeated a boss. And I guess we wanna go here for a moment. Can you zoom? Yes. Okay. That is all the zooming I get. Okay, cool. This is a fight. Ow. And what we are collecting, by the way, is trash. Yes, the music is really good. In general, it's extremely solid gameplay. It has good music. It has good enemies, so to speak. The only thing is, it's also pretty difficult. Cannot go through here. And we can also not go over there. The game is also not directly gonna give you, like, directions. You are more likely to expect to literally just explore. And in the worst case, you have to remember, like, places where you couldn't pass before. And when you have new abilities, you need to remember to go back there and try your luck there. Which is not always favorable, I would say. I usually prefer to have at least some indication or at least direction where to go. And Jeff's raid is soon coming. Dudum. Sideways cat, yes. Sideways cat returns. What did you do with regular cat? Send regular cat to some grocery store, I guess. Where am I? There I am. Okay. Let me save. Because this also heals. So I don't know if you noticed, yesterday I did a late night stream, but I guess that was probably during times when you went to bed. So I did a late night stream my time. And played an actual horror game. Which is called Tormented Souls. Aha. Oh god, it's a time trial. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. I see, it's back and forth. I didn't expect that. That is pretty mean. I didn't expect it to go multiple times. Yeah, I didn't want to touch that. So yeah, this is also not new to the games. In Isolates as well, there were some pretty difficult challenges sometimes. God damn it. It's usually very tight timing. Are you kidding me? Jeez. Upgrade point. Nice. What is this, by the way? Oh. Strange. Okay. Equip. We can try to go here. Because we cannot go here. We already explored this part, so this is the only direction. Yeah. No, and then left. Also, you're not forced to fight most enemies. And we wait. Doom, doom, doom. Oh no, save me. Da, 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 da. So yes, if you don't understand what's going on, it's basically ad time, and if you hear this, basically we are waiting for the people who have no subscription or turbo. Progress on the battle with exchange. I have the script now. Now I just need to explain the security team why I need admin access to PowerShell on one of my accounts when I already have it on another. Why are you not using this other account where you already have your admin access? Or is this specific exchange part tied to the non-admin account? We're almost done. Around 20 seconds. Ten.
No.
And welcome back, chat. You survived Jeff's raid. Good job. I missed the question because I stopped listening, I think. The question was like, why are you not using the other account who has admin rights for that? Or is the MS Exchange problem tied to the non-admin account? Welcome back. Right. You survived Jeff's raid, Asa. Congrats. This is a new enemy? Okay. Can you... No, okay. Okay, this goes only back and forth. Ah.
Wah, 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 wah.
This again. Okay. My account that has server permissions is for Exchange stuff and all that, and my PC admin account is the one that had PowerShell, and I cannot do server stuff. PC security is complicated. That is true. Okay. The Leader's Curse. The Curse. A trail of spikes will follow behind you. Defeat 10 enemies to remove the curse. Reward 1 upgrade point. Yeah, sure. I also should jump. I heard that helps. This, of course, is not annoying at all. Ow. And this might kill me. Which is great. And I'm dead. I mean, it makes sense. I take on a curse when I have to do a jumping section. That is, of course, a very useful and good idea. Right? Yes. And that is basically what I mean when I say, like, I'm not a fan of this. Of, like, not being able to heal at all. I mostly ignore all the enemies at the moment because I wanna, well, more or less abuse this situation in the sense that I will pick up the curse, but then go back. Because it's easier to defeat 10 enemies on this side than on the other side. For the most part. For the most part. Ouch. Now, a complete different question would be, does the curse allow me to save? It does, but it does not regenerate health. That is unfortunate. And not very useful, in all honesty. I try now to find some easier enemies. Okay, worked out. Good. I was kind of worried there for a second. I should be worried because I'm basically going the wrong way. Very good. Okay. Let's do this again. Ugh. Okay. No, thank you. This? No, this didn't lead to that specific part. Trash. Garbage. I'm sorry. Garbage. Are you excited? Am I doing this? I don't know. Shortcut, I assume? Maybe? Hard to tell. Most likely a shortcut. Yeah. Okay, skill point. Nice. Il pointo. Chest. Challenge. Defeat a horde of enemies without taking any damage. Press to accept. Oh. And I took damage. Of course, out of all the enemies I could go too deep to this music. I can understand that. I'm not a fan of those kinds of challenges. Yes, mostly because I suck at them. Not good enough. Whoa. Security risk level increased. I now have more permissions than ever before. Well, good job on that. Wow, I charged too late. More garbage. I am danger. True. But they don't know that. See, that is the advantage. They don't know that. Welcome to new music. Can I make this jump? Oh, I can. Good. Oh, rain sounds. This game wants me to nap. Yes. Oh god, not you guys. The most action music usually happens in fights, in specific fight areas or bosses. But on the other hand, this here, most level music is very chill, so to speak. I would like to go to a save point. I would like to survive. And all I have to go do is go to south. I made it. So to explain this here is the wonderful person who sent us to hell. I have rain sounds playing all day when I'm at work because it helps me drown out the intrusive thoughts and co-worker background noise, which is a good reason. Hey Kendra, I heard there's a mirror in the palace that lets you visit Earth again. Is that true? Oh yeah! Ah, the crystal mirror. Yes, that is true. And it's quite magnificent also. I like to use it to keep tabs on some of my rival bullfrogs who are still alive. Is there any chance I could use it too? I've been kind of missing some people back home and would love to see them again, even if they couldn't see me back. I'm afraid not. The crystal mirror is only available for the good ghosts to use, and you were bad, remember? That's just the rules, and I couldn't change them, even if I wanted to. She's lying, by the way. I'm pretty sure she makes the rules. I hate Kendra, all me and my... I'm not even trying to pronounce whatever you do. I don't know what happened there. My advice is to just stop thinking of that silly mirror and keep cleaning. There's lots of garbage left for you to sweep up. All me and my homies hate Kendra. Understandable. Okay, so... well... I'm gonna buy a major marker. And... for some reason they thought like, you want markers? Oh cool, so, well, just buy them, I guess. I guess. And so I buy them. I guess. Whoops, and by accident I used my special ability, which is unfortunate because this is usually the button I press to go back in menus. Kendra cursed me from beyond the grave and garbled my message. This is what most of my messages look like the first time I type them. Oh yeah, and I forgot, you also sell stuff. Increase your movement speed, very useful. Gives you additional health point, very useful. Briefly gives you invincibility, very useful. So, okay, so just so I remember all of this, so I can buy that next time. You're just being cursed, Angie. Yeah, there's good reason for that. But yeah, it gives you a slight insight into the game. So yes, bosses have better, more action-oriented music. And they are certainly also a challenge. So, let me have a small look at this. Okay. This is unfortunate. It's gonna be a problem to find a space for my character, but I think I know where to put it. Yeah. I am a curse. You are not. Denied. I don't care how much you disagree with that. We are going to look at the demo. Which already starts in the wrong language. Do, do, do. Bloom, no thank you. Chat, do you like the vignette effect? I mean, is it artsy? I don't know. I can leave it in for the moment and we can see. I've played many games, and many games have many different kinds of audio settings. But the audio settings I'm going to show you are like probably the best audio settings I've seen in a game ever. I still have a critique point about it, though. But mostly, I'm having the biggest critique that where's, there's it. Can change my language. Thank you. Don't need this. We're gonna take that out. I'm almost done. Okay. Okay. Wow. So this game uses only 4 buttons. That is pretty impressive. Okay. Ah, Jesus. 1 second. You will like this. What's the name of the exe file? It's called balls. So what we are going to look at is a game. This is the demo of it, called Ball X Pit. It was shown off at the game Summerfest. Angie has this demo as well. I don't know if you had time to play it yet, because I also haven't played it yet. So if you wonder what this is, the developer describes this game as, let me see if they have actually put this down on the description. Yeah. So what is this game? This game is a brick breaking, ball fusing, base building, survival, rogue similar game. Yes. It sounds crazy, but it seems to work. Now I have to put myself somewhere else. Transform counterclockwise. Flip horizontal. Yes, I'm a streamer. I don't have legs. Don't worry about it. It's fine. This is totally normal. One second. Da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Okay, this should be fine. I know there's gonna be a vertical bar behind me. I'm not sure if I'm far enough from the side for it, but I will adjust myself if necessary. Game, all the things, yes. Just had an amazing but terrible idea. Share with the class. Okay, so yes, we are going to play the demo of Ball X Pit, or Ball and Pit, whatever, but regardless, this is a strange fusion between a brick-breaking game, base-building survival game, and a rogue similar. It was shown first at Summer Game Fest, and it piqued my interest because I like ball-breaking games in video games. And yeah. Now, let's see what you said. What if I made my PNG on a 45-degree angle so I could get the most height out of the image and just rotate the program in OBS? Nobody's stopping you from doing that. So, let's see. So what I'm going to show you is the settings. So, oh, I also have to adjust limiter for the audio. There we go. Okay. So, this is more or less standard options. Screen shake, controller vibrations, FPS, blah 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 blah. Okay, so good. So far so good. Then we have our usual settings for visuals. Of course I take off bloom. I also take off chromatic aberration because I hate this effect. We are going to leave in the CRT effect and the vignette effect for now. But look at those audio options. These are the audio options. Disable enemy chanting, music volume, overall SFX volume, interface SFX, special ball SFX, baby ball SFX, boss SFX, enemy vocalization SFX, other enemy SFX, pickup SFX, shooting SFX, miscellaneous players SFX, harvest SFX, base management SFX. Yes, those are all individual volume sliders. This is insane. I have never seen a game using that many. And don't misunderstand me, I like it. This is great. Now, the critic point that I mentioned before that I still have about this is that it doesn't make a sound when I change it. Because now I would like to hear the specific sound that is influenced by this. That is the last thing that is missing. Granted, this is only a demo, so there's a good chance the developer will implement this in the final game. So yeah, I set the audio, we will see, and I will adjust on the go, because that is usually all I can do. So what is the premise of the game? The premise is this here. This is Babylon. This is not Babylon, it's Babylon. And it will be destroyed by a giant ball. And we are going to go into a deep, deep pit that is left of Babylon to rebuild it and get resources down there. That is the promise of the game. So let's see what the demo is giving us. Babylon has fallen. A pit is all that remains. Now treasure seeker flock to explore the depths. That was quite loud. Layer 1, the Boneyard. And this is perfect because I see I need to move my character a little bit to the left. Okay, this is good. Nice music, by the way. Move your character. Aim with right stick, shoot with right trigger. Collect gems to gain XP. The music is a little bit too loud. I like the music, but I have to set it here because otherwise it's too loud. Okay. So it has RPG elements. You have endurance, strength, leadership, speed, dexterity, intelligence. By the way, which a thing we have not seen yet in the demo, there are also various different characters that you can play. There's a scaling system. Okay. Oh god, we have 0.32% crit chance. That's pretty sad. Okay, but apparently we cannot choose which attribute we are going to level up. It is given to us. Maybe that will change in the final release. Who knows? Okay. I also get a new ball. Iron. 52 to 92 hit damage, deals double damage but moves 40% slower. Ah, so I can select an upgrade. Upgrade ball. Bleed. Inflicts 4 stacks of bleed. Bleeding enemies receive 1 damage per stack when hit by a ball. Maximum 11 stacks. Bandage roll. Shoot 1 to 2 baby balls each time you're healed. I'll take bleeding. I like this. Enemies will attack you if they get close to you or reach the bottom of the screen. Yes. Y to toggle auto firing. You walk slower while shooting. So, the enemy shouting is definitely too loud. So you can disable this completely if you want. Okay, so it is enemy vocalization. When they die or chanting when they get near. Yeah, I'll take that down by 2. This is better. You can adjust the game speed, yes. But right now, I have other problems. Okay, magic staff increase area of effect damage, such as earthquake, laser and lightning by 20%. Sapphire hilted dagger increase crit chance to 30% when hitting enemies on their left side. That is very specific. Poison. Applies 1 stack of poison, max 5 stacks. Poison lasts for 6 seconds and each stack deals damage. Yeah, that is clear. I'll take the dagger. Yeah, and I failed. This is basically your usual experience with any with any rogue similar game. You start and you get destroyed, and then you become stronger and do it again and get destroyed a little bit later, and then you do it all over again. Welcome to New Babylon, your home base. Cool! Press Y to open up the sidebar. Let's plant some wheat to get started. Open the build menu. Select wheat field from the list. Sidebar opening, build to place a forest tile. Okay. Sidebar. Now you have some resource tiles. You have to send out someone to harvest them. Aim towards the resource and right trigger to send the worker off together. Can I double? I can. There's also a harvest clock, so you have only a limited amount of time to gather stuff. Bountiful harvest. 1 wheat and 1 wood. Cool. Okay, so you can also upgrade each field. You can rearrange, which I'm very happy to see. One of the biggest problems with most base building games is usually that when you place it down, it cannot be moved, which is terrible. I would probably say that I would also prefer to have a blueprint system. And what I mean with blueprint system is basically for any game you ever have played when it comes to base building or just building a town, a civilization or whatever, is why is it so complicated to implement a blueprint system? Which means you can basically already blueprinting your entire field out the way you want it to look like in the future. It only exists as an overlay, it doesn't exist as a building, but the moment you can build, you literally go to the blueprint, press on it and go like, go build. Because that makes planning so much easier, and I don't understand why so many games don't do that. Especially when you play things like, let's say, Anno. Civilization is probably less of a problem, but especially in Anno, for example, it took until the last release of Anno to be able to move an existing structure from one place to another, which makes no sense. So what I personally would say to the developer here is probably, and I have not yet much experience with the base building aspect of the game, of course, but I can see that probably the base building will include some synchronization between buildings. You know, like this building should be placed near this field, and these fields would increase the yield of this other field. I would also say that here probably a blueprint system would be useful. At least they give you the rearranged functionality for that, and I guess that is their solution to blueprinting. But here's the other problem, and I want to try this out. So if I put this field on the place of the other field, it will automatically switch. Not bad. Let's put it here because I want to try something out. Okay, so it will, if you go with one field over the other field, it will always exchange places from where you took it off. I was wondering, what if I go from below onto the field? Will it push the field upwards? Hi Mono, how are you doing? But no, it will always go to the place your other object has been. Okay. That's good to know. Like I said, I don't have much experience. What you also can place down here. Let's see, options, expand. Expansion is not available in the demo. Rearrange, build. Okay, so far I see only resources to be built. There's warfare and there's housing, but I guess these two will not be in the demo. Doing gay, thanks for asking. What about me? I'm also doing gay and doing well, thank you. So yeah, I cannot yet judge and say like that a blueprint system is necessary in this. But who knows? So yeah, as you can see, there are other characters. But we are having only this one. So let's play again. That was loud. Reminder, you can press Y to toggle auto-fire. Hi. Certainly takes a moment to get used to it, especially since you are doing multiple things while playing. You have to pick up the XP points on the floor because they are not automatically picked up. Ruby held a dagger, increased crit chance to 15% when hitting enemies in the back. Freeze have 4% chance to freeze enemies for 5 seconds. Frozen enemies receive 25% more damage. And Jeff's raid is incoming. I'll take the freeze. Okay. I feel like the chanting is still too loud. Vampire? Each hit has a 3% chance of healing 1 health. Brood Mother has a 25% chance of birthing a baby ball each time it hits an enemy. Laser Horizontal deals damage to all enemies in the same row, which is nice. I'll take the laser. Thank you. Vision. Fission randomly levels up your equipment one or more times. Who is Jeff, and should I be concerned? You should be concerned. As should everybody. Jeff is ruthless. Do we know Jeff? Sadly we do, yes. Whoa! Okay. Decrease damage taken by 10. Balls go through enemies and deal 25% bonus damage until they hit the back of the field. We hate Jeff. Yes. When enemy is frozen, they emit a chill to nearby enemies that deal damage. Okay. Goes through enemies and deals 25 bonus damage until they hit the back of the field. Curse their family for 9 generations. Yes. I'll take this. Fission upgrade. Okay. Whoa! I will sacrifice a chicken if I have to, or even a duck, or a certain cat. Wow! Don't be mean to kitties. Stack of burn. Freeze. I feel like some burning is in order. Okay. Increase movement speed by 10% and move at full speed while shooting. I'll take that because that makes a huge difference. But I also feel I should adjust the volume a little bit. Also, ads start probably in 30 seconds. Jeff raid incoming. Let's see. Base management. Harvest. For the player getting hit and other miscellaneous actions. Pickup is mostly okay. Put down the enemy a little bit. Boss. Baby ball, special ball. Overall. Jeff, no! There's a good... Yeah. 15 seconds. Prepare your bodies. I will wait. Goodbye, chat. Part of our chat has been raided. It is sad to see. Yeah, let's leave it at that for the moment. It's quite nice music. It's nice music, but I wish it had like a little bit of dynamic in it. I usually are a big fan of like dynamic music that adds more audio lines to a track for specific situations, or subtracts or disables certain audio lines for it. The best example is like when games basically do the thing like when you jump into water, that the music gets like muffled because you're underwater, which is amazing. Or if the action picks up, the music suddenly becomes more action heavy. It's like, I like those kinds of tricks when video games do that, because it's really cool. And it keeps the music interesting for the most part. This is a nice track that will not really go on your nerves, but you notice how it loops and loops. Jeff is almost done. 20 seconds. Stretchies. Indeed. And welcome back, chat. You survived, Jeff. Good. Let us continue. Yeah, now it's better. Whoa! Okay, I have no time so far to really look at my left and right side. I see a special bar is filling up. Oh no, that's my XP bar. The red is my health. Okay, what is this? Slingshot, 25% chance to launch a baby ball when you pick up a gem. That is not bad. Increasing fire rate by 15%. Or strengthening my firewall. This can be beneficial. So these both take up a slot. There's only a chance to launch a baby ball. This definitely increases my fire rate. I'll take the fire rate. Oh, nice. Dynamic stage changes. Okay, here's our first boss fight. I see, so the bar on the right displays the stage bosses. That makes sense. Okay. What is this? Increases crit chance to 20% when hitting enemies in the front. I'll take that. Interesting. So we don't really see a health bar for the boss, which I don't mind. That's fine. Some indication would be nice. Okay. I think I would prefer to have a visual identification when the boss's health is getting low. And the easiest way to solve this is literally just to make the boss go more into a reddish color, as many older games did. Evolution fuses certain combinations of fully upgraded balls into powerful new balls. Cool. Okay, evolution or fusion? Let's try evolution. The laser and ice. Ice or ice and fire. I feel like that laser and ice is a good combination, because if the laser also slows down enemies, even better. Freeze Ray emits a freeze ray when hitting an enemy, dealing damage to all enemies in its path with a 10% chance of freezing them for 10 seconds. Whoa! I'll take that. Ah. And this is also interesting. If you do a fusion, it frees up a space for your abilities. That's good. I like that. Ah, lightning. I'll take the lightning. Fusion combines any two fully upgraded balls. Yeah, okay, we have heard of that. Let's do more fusion. Bleed or burn? Let's do the bleed. And combine it with burn. Bleed and burn. Nice. Okay. More move speed or more bonus fire rate or more bonus damage? I'll take the fire rate. Ow. Didn't pay attention. Okay. Earthquake. Damage deals damage to nearby units in a 3x3 tile. Sure. Neat. Okay, I just saw that. I just saw that the bigger units can also, when they die, become smaller units. Good. I have to say I want the music a little bit lower. Nice. I can definitely see that you will really like this game, Angie. Sure. Now we deal with a lot of arrows. Okay. Ow. Okay. Freeze. Crit chance. Ow. Okay, this now shows the problem. This now showed exactly the problem that when you ignore your health and just go for damage, you will suffer. I'm already unreasonably interested. I just can't watch closely because I'm home work. I know. I'm sorry. Okay. I also like this overview of showing you exactly which ball did how much damage, which is good because this gives you like an idea how useful is every specific how useful is each weapon, so to speak. We cannot build a boulder, which is weird because we build a boulder out of wood, which is strange, but okay. We can build another forest, which we should do. But we should also build another harvest here. Maybe multiple harvests for this? Because so far I see no use for money other than building those things. Right. Well, I certainly had better harvests. I assume we cannot harvest more than once. Yep. Which makes sense. We still have just one character, which is fine. Ah, and here you can also, interestingly enough, there's a co-op function, so you can play together with friends, which is nice. Ah yeah, the usual leaderboards that are, well, at this moment might not be cheated, but I would never, like, think that most people in leaderboards are, like, playing fair, so to speak. It's a downside of leaderboards, right? Okay, so we can have a horizontal laser. Increases crit chance to 30% when hitting enemies on the right side. Of course. The laser was a good experience. Something new. Balls deal 150% damage, but the damage decays by 30% each time they bounce. Minimum 50%. No. I will now go with the slingshot, because why not? Nice. Whoa. Brute, Mother, Diamond, Filter, Dagger, Freeze. I'll take Freeze because Freeze is really useful. Also to notice, which is important to understand. So enemies can shoot at you, but you can kill the projectile by shooting at it yourself. So even if you shoot a baby ball at an incoming arrow, it destroys the arrow. Which I just noticed. increases range at which you pick up items by 1.0 tiles. That's not bad. Exact. Damage explodes into 2 to 3 baby balls on hitting an enemy. Has 3 seconds cooldown before it can be shot again. Let's try it. That's what the demo is for. I haven't sped up the gameplay itself because at the moment I still feel like I'm learning the game. But we can look at it, how it looks like if you speed up. So this is sped up gameplay. And I understand why it exists in this game. It makes sense. But it certainly means also you need to get used to that first. Bleeding and laser. Do I want to fuse that? Sure, let's try it. Does of course exactly what you think it would do, but since the laser is hitting every enemy, this is extremely useful to create a lot of bleeding. Each time you are healed, Iron Ball deals double damage but moves 40% slower, increases crit damage when hitting enemies in the back. I'll take an additional... So I put it back on normal speed now. Let's upgrade this strange spider thingy ball. Decrease damage taken. Destroy 2 nearest enemies when you are hit from close range. Or more ice. Ice at the moment. Okay. Reach's spear increases crit chance by 20% when hitting enemies in the same column as you. That's very specific. You can heal past your max health at 20% efficiency. You can heal past your max health at 20% efficiency. So 120, I see. I will try it out. Sheriff's Office unlocks a new character. Nice. fusion, ice and exact. Sure. Yep. Yep, no, it heals up to 120% max HP instead of 100. So basically it fuses those two together. Wait, just talked about two different things, but yeah. It's basically overhealing, yes. It's not easy, I have to say. It's like, this is still the first level and it's already putting a lot of pressure on me. Which is... like, we are not even at the second boss. Ghost. Hit damage passes through enemies. Which is a good thing. This is not easy. 10% chance to dodge incoming attacks. Hitting enemies from the front. Let's say I keep going with the ghost ball. Boss fights are not easy because you still have to manage the normal ads while keep hitting the boss. So I would say, like, it's not gonna be that easy to deal with. Stone Effigy. Every 7 to 12 rows spawns a stone soldier with 214 health on your side. Stone soldiers are immune to ball damage and move up the field, blocking and attacking enemies in the way. Interesting. Let's try that. This could be the end. Oof. And it's still my end. Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I just managed hardly to kill the second boss. and then instantly die to mobs. Rip your life, yes. Pierces through boulders when harvesting. Increases harvest clock by 0.1 seconds each time you harvest wood. Up to 20 times per harvest. Huh, interesting. Both is interesting. Okay. You have unlocked housing blueprint. Building a house will unlock a new character. Cool. As far as I understand, this building has also the function to block the attack of my ball. You've unlocked a new character, the Itchy Finger. In other words, I have unlocked Angie. Offensive. Douche, my fingers are only sometimes itchy. Nice. It worked out. Got everything. Yeah. But doesn't help so far. Oh, I'm reconnecting to my chat. Good job. I will make the assumption that we will unlock also additional new fields, because now the field is getting cramped. So let's see, what do we have here? Has scattered aim, but shoots twice as fast and constantly launches balls if any are available. Can move at full speed while shooting. That is pretty good. They can do a lot with this game, in all honesty. Okay, poison ball. I'll take the poison ball. Poison the world. Neat, neat. What is this? Bottled tornado. When you catch a special ball, automatically shoot 1 to 3 new baby balls in random directions. I would take this, but I have to say, like, I don't tend to pay attention when the ball is coming back and catch it. So I'm gonna go with the Brood Mother. Neat. Some good upgrades. Laser, magnet, or Brood Mother. The laser has proven itself to be very useful. Shoots 1 to baby balls each time you are healed. Let's upgrade poison. There's also a certain aspect of when to pick up these special rainbow balls, because you have more from it by picking up all XP before you're actually picking this up, because this has a tendency to upgrade your existing balls, and this is a double benefit. Woo! Pretty nice with the speed. Movement speed, ethereal cloak. I feel like the ethereal cloak is very good, since the balls go through the enemies. Fusion? Oh no, poison fire. I'll take it. Yeah, passes through enemies is always good. Jesus. Kills me, kills me, kills me, kills me, potentially, maybe, I don't know. Balls deal 75% more damage after hitting the back of the field, otherwise damage is reduced by 40%. Ugh. Balls deal 20% bonus damage until they hit a wall. I'll take that. Yeah, that was not so good. I need something that heals. Gunsmith. All characters gain +1 bonus dexterity, affects fire rate, reload time, and critical hit chance. Gunsmith as a building to build. We have 3 fusions available. What is this? Let's see how that works out. That is brutal. Brute Mother and Laser. That is quite brutal. Did someone say bleed damage? I'll take that. I would also have something to heal me. Okay. Midnight Oil. Balls that hit flaming enemies light on fire and deal bonus damage on the next hit. That sounds good in text, but it only affects the next hit, which is not that good. Running for the XP. Rawr. Increases area effect damage by 20%, such as earthquake, lasers, and lightning. We do have a laser. Baby Rattle. Gain 1.5 times baby balls, but your aim becomes scattered. I mean, this character's aim is already scattered. That doesn't make a difference. Increase crit chance when hitting enemies in the same column as you. I would say going to increase this. We might die here. Yeah, we're going to die. That's too bad. That is indeed too bad, because it actually went on quite well. But yeah, I understand we had underwhelming damage. Maybe I shouldn't have fused the lasers with the Brood Mother, because I think it took the Brood Mother before the laser, in the sense the Brood Mother must do its thing before it spawns the laser, and because this thing has a cooldown, it reduced actually my damage output. I wouldn't be surprised. Build. Let's build this, because we can. Scaffold placed. Send workers to bounce on the scaffold to complete the building. Cool. Cannot build another boulder, but we can build some more forest, which I'm going to place down here. And now we are going to harvest, which is gonna be an interesting experiment to see. Let's see. Well, it didn't achieve all of it, but it built the house, which is good. I had to hit it twice, actually. That's a very interesting creative way of doing base building. Most buildings can be upgraded to improve their bonuses. Hold left trigger to highlight them and press A over them to open the upgrade menu. Aha, I see. Okay. Yeah, it makes no sense that this is upgradable. Yeah, but each field is also upgradable, which of course makes sense. Okay. Get it. Let's do one more round. Or War Horn. All baby balls deal 20% more damage. Damage decreased and 20% when hitting enemies in the same column as you. Let's go with the War Horn. Why not? Okay. Here's my vampire, which I'm going to take this time. Two nearest enemies when you are hit from close range. Is not gonna be that good. Let's increase the warhorn. More vampirism? Yes. Well, I hope I get some ghost ball or something like that, because shooting my damage through everything is always useful. Speaking of course the laser is also good, but let's first go with the ghost ball, because that is a massive damage increase. Or should I say a DPS increase, if anything. Ow. Laser, earthquake, lightning, which we none have all of them. I would say we take the increased fire rate. Nice. Chef raid incoming in 5 minutes. Prepare your booties. Earthquake. Well, let's take it. Now it's gonna get interesting, because now I have to concentrate on the boss itself, but at the same time I cannot ignore the mobs. Fire damage, more earthquake damage. Shoot baby balls each time you are healed, in conjunction with our vampirism. That is pretty neat. Yep. That is a lovely synergy. Very good. More damage through the ghost ball? Don't mind if I do. Haunted house unlocks a new character. Gain more baby balls, but your aim becomes scattered. Uh, don't mind if I do. Oh! This was the first time a healing potion dropped. More earthquake, please. Okay. Nice. Good upgrades. More ghost ball, please. Okay, we have an evolution and 3 fusions. Sure, ghost and vampire ball fusion. Also, we are about to go into an ad break. I think it could also be off by a minute or more. Soul Sucker. Okay. It has begun, and so I will wait. Which is good, actually. I will take this opportunity for a toilet break. Perfect. Nice. Be right back. think I'm gonna have to try this demo tonight. I can, if I can finish my chores. Also, go home time now. Be back in a little while. Safe and sound travel, Angie, if you're still here. Hear this. Also, welcome back, chat. You survived the raid. Good job. Let's continue with a new special ball. Balls to the wall. Oh yeah. This of course is the wasting. This is funny because it's the wasting, because it synergizes with my other ability, which produces far more balls. Good morning, it's 2 AM. Good evening, it's 8:30 in the evening. But yeah, I know it's pretty early for you, Coffee. I actually will take this. More of this, please. Nice. All characters gain +1 bonus endurance. Affects your max health. Nice. Okay, cool. This is like Tetris. No, I am on vacation. That is good. Let's combine them. Magma emits lava blobs over time. Enemies who walk into lava blobs are dealt damage and gain a stack of burn. Burn lasts, dealing damage. This ball and its lava blobs also deal damage to the nearby units. Okay, cool. Did someone say poison? Let's put down some as effects. Harvest, Miska, shooting, pickup. Pickup is mostly okay, but I will take it down a little bit. This a little bit down. And this. Yeah, this is fine. Ba, 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 ba. Good. This is ominous. Holy. Okay. It's Dark Souls all over again. I see. My. That is a weird upgrade. I'll take the wood. Oh, hi. Yeah, okay. Nice? I guess. Interesting choice. Okay. I see. Now it's a bullet hell game. Pretty annoying. pieces. It's not annoying at all. Dodging those arrows is really difficult. The side arrows. Nice! I didn't expect to actually kill this boss. Boneyard Trophy. Gain 0.05 status effect power for each character you've completed the Bone X Yard with. Each fast tier completed on top of that adds an additional bonus to the character. Okay, so you can also do speed runs, which makes sense. One more until next life upgrade unlocked. Okay. I also like, as we just saw, this level took 25 minutes to finish, which is a good time frame when you make a game like these, because it means like someone can literally just sit down and be like, okay, I'm gonna do a half an hour session. On top of that, you can speed up the game, of course, which means this could turn into a 15-minute match. So that is also very considerate of the devs, because some people make games and then they go like, yeah, you have to play for an hour plus, and then you might lose everything if you make one mistake. Increase movement speed while harvesting by 20%. Increase the range at which wheat is collected. I will take the harvest speed. Housing has gained an ability. Drop 1 bonus gold for every 10 enemies killed in the level. That is also cool, that existing things that you can build can be upgraded for additional bonuses. I like that. Yeah, I'm not surprised that the magma ball did a ton of damage. But the best part was really to get the vampiric ball and the ghost ball and then fuse them together. Like, that was pretty brutal. Especially if you combine it with the ability that when you heal, you basically cause more balls to appear. Like, that was such a good synergy. Damn, son. There's a lot of resources. Which we cannot, I cannot build yet. Clinic. +1 bonus endurance. Okay. And then the housing unlocks a new character. I feel like I want to unlock first the character before I do anything else. So we're going to place that there. But I also feel like we want to build the clinic, which I'm going to put there. And we cannot build another boulder, which is kind of sad, but okay. Do we still have space for anything else? No. Okay. Harvest time. Yeah, that was a good question how I do this. I guess I do it like that. Okay. Wasn't enough to actually build these. Maybe this is built or is still built. This doesn't seem to be. Yeah, okay, so this needs 4 and this needs 6. That makes sense. So I guess when you do the building stuff and you want to make sure that your buildings are being built as fast as possible, it's probably a good idea to rearrange it and send the workers in a specific way so they have to hit the building multiple times, which makes sense. Okay. You can upgrade this with 4. Okay. Let's upgrade it. And also upgrade this. These just cost money. I'm just doing this because I can, which makes sense. Okay. So overview over everything. By the way, your stream is not weird. That is a CRT effect on the game. Okay, and here's the many stats. Many stats. This is also good because it gives you like an overview how effective each of them are. Nice. Information about the enemies. Health scale. Yeah. Wow. 20. Okay, I mean, this is basically a boss. 6. Also 20. Skeleton King has no health scaling. Interesting. I wonder if this boss, this end boss in the first level, has no health scaling because it is not based on health. It's just a timed boss. There's a possibility for that. It might use damage as an indicator if it should push its time scale. I don't know. It's just an idea. Well, regardless, I really, really like this game, and yes, I'm extremely interested to buy this game. But this game has yet, as far as I know, not a specific release date except 2025? Let me check on that. No, it doesn't even have a release date or an estimate. So, yes. Let me give you the URL because I feel like that is good. So if you're interested in this game, you also can, at this moment, basically download the demo and try it out if you have Steam. And try it out. I mean, it's free. You can play it, and I guess they give you an entire level to try out and 3 characters, which is really great. Strangely enough, it's interesting because it says to be announced, but strangely enough, oh no, that is the release date of the demo, that's why. Ah, okay, my bad. Ignore what I just said. So yes, the game is on to be announced, so there's no way to know if they're going to release this year or next year. But in all honesty, this is fine by me, because I also saw the video they made for Summer Game Fest, and the dev definitely has good people behind it. There's good humor in it, in the devs there, and it shows they put a lot of thought and ideas into this game. And they can do a lot with this. I mean, they can put this out and extend on the existing framework with additional content, additional features. Maybe they even consider to make it moddable, which would make it even more accessible and more interesting, because like modding is in almost all cases for most games a good idea, because it increases the lifetime of the game tremendously. And if you don't believe this, then you have never heard of Minecraft or Terraria or Starbound and so on. And any Souls game that has no official mod support, yet people mod the hell out of those games. And even these days you can play Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 and still have an active multiplayer PvP part of the game still going on to this day, actively strong. So yeah, I like this game. I personally will buy this game. There must be something really wrong going on for me to not want to buy this game. But yeah. What do you think about the game? You have to decide for yourself based on what you have seen here, or you try it out yourself. Regardless, good job. Nice demo. I will play some more of that, but not on stream. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Very good. Right. Good. I gathered a few ideas for channel reward stuff. And if you want kind of an update and knowledge what we basically have figured out, or should I say, I have figured out. So, first and foremost, anything that is a visual interaction with my avatar is something that is a mid-term goal, because it is a little bit dependent on what that is that would interact with the avatar. Because, well, sometimes it looks a little bit weird and you have like a complete different drawing style interacting with something else. So that is something that I consider. So yes, I'm sorry, but head pads will be still on the to-do list. Now, some other things that I looked at and discussed and feel like, yes, those make kind of sense to kind of implement them, and I most likely will implement all of these. And if they are going not well, then I always can take them out or change them. So one of them is the most basic one. It's basically a hi. So a lot of channels have that channel reward where you can click on and it says hi to the streamer, be it a chat message, and a graphic that shows up. This is something that you can spend some points on. It's not going to be expensive and it makes sense, and I have already an idea how to do this. Then we have the solution to the riddle. So since I run riddles on my stream, and a lot of people enjoy this, but they also struggle with it because I made the riddles, which I understand. The idea of having a channel reward that makes it possible that I have to reveal the solution to the riddle so we can move on and I can create a new riddle, which I understand because sometimes, based on my personal experience here as well, sometimes riddles are pretty difficult and therefore people struggle. And we had like riddles going on for weeks and they weren't solved. So I understand that it would make sense to give chat the ability to basically reset the riddle to something new, which is fine. I'm okay with this. I can do that. I will price it in a way that you have to invest some time being here gathering channel points, and I also will incorporate a cooldown on the command, because the idea is not really to have a riddle and then you get stuck, you use it, and I make a new one, and like an hour into the stream with the new riddle, someone goes like, ha, let's solve it. It's like, no, that is not the idea. The idea is really use this because it has been going on for several streams, and you want a new one, and you just can't find the solution. So it will be, I would say, moderately priced. Another thing that I see on other channels is basically something that I also obtained in a specific channel, and that is obtaining VIP. Now, VIP doesn't give you a lot of power than you might think. VIP is basically giving you the ability to speak normally in a slow chat or speak normally when there's emote only chat. It's things like this. Otherwise, you do not gain like the half mod rights or anything like that. No, you don't. It just excludes your limiting ability in chat to participate when certain things are going on. On top of that, VIP, well, is either given out to what it says, very important person. So it's more or less something that is rarely given out to special people. And I feel like there is a good reason to put it into the channel rewards, because it should be something that is very expensive So it will take a good amount of time to save up all the channel points to actually achieve it. So it gives you this kind of value to the VIP. It's not just something that everybody can obtain. On top of that, VIPs are also limited for streamers. At the moment, I think I have 10. I have 10 VIPs to give out, and I have at least 2 of them given out already. So I already are limited in the amounts of VIPs I can give out. I can get more VIPs over time, which is behind stackable achievements in Twitch. The maximum of VIPs a channel can obtain is 100 VIPs. So I'm currently working on the next tier, which goes from 10 to 20, minus the already given out VIPs, of course. So yes, I have no problem to make this a reward in my channel, but it will be very expensive, so don't expect it to obtain it easily. And 2 more things. So I thought, why not? Because currently I have a bot that is basically doing this with a command, which is !Swiss, which is teaching you a Swiss word. So why not turn that into a channel reward, where basically people can use it, and then I can teach them a Swiss word. Either by my choice or their choice. I think both is valid in that regard. But again, it should be not something that you can spam. So I feel like the medium, so I feel like it's gonna be a medium cost reward, and it will have a cooldown on it for the very same reason, so people cannot spam it. There's also the one thing that a lot of channels also have, especially those channels who have a streamer of not native English language, and that is speaking in the native language. Of course, this is not beneficial to most people because they usually do not understand the streamer during that time, but I have no problem to try out to speak in Swiss for a limited time, which will be something between 1 to 3 minutes. Again, this would be priced at a medium cost, and it will have a cooldown. I've seen some other interesting ideas, like some channels have like some small little mini games in the channel rewards, but they are usually tied to some small animation. So maybe, I don't know yet. I have definitely a person I can ask, which is Len, who is basically doing that in their channel. So that's basically what I have at the moment. But you can think of other things that come to mind and tell me. You can DM me on Discord, or you can tell me in stream. And and I will take it into consideration. Thank you, voice. 1 second. Hi. Okay. So yeah, if you have ideas, inspirations from other channels, then feel free to tell me. I will note it down and think about it. So yeah, I hope I can sit down maybe in the next few days and create the first channel rewards that are not the basic channel rewards that are currently existing. So yeah, I shall see about that. And that's basically that. So that is up to date channel info. Wah wah wah. Da, da, da. I see, I see. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm going to do that. Okay, good. I have found a raid target that is definitely not going to interrupt current gameplay. Of course not. I would never do that. But yeah. Streaming will mostly proceed in the normal ways. As you might have noticed, I streamed yesterday in late night, but I did so because of a horror game. Um, and still, the consideration of making Tuesday also a streaming day is still there, but I have not decided yet if I'm truly going to do that. The chances are pretty high that it might happen. But in general, yeah. So, just keep in mind that in off days there is a chance that I might stream unannounced by Twitch schedule. So like my schedule stays normal Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, but keep in mind there is a chance that I might stream here on my main channel on off days. Of course, I will announce that in my usual official channels and of course on Blue Sky as I connect back into chat. Today I had 2 disconnects from chat. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. Twitch is twitching, I guess. But yeah, just keep this in mind. So keep an eye out for that. I know a schedule is better. I understand that. But at the moment, I'm quite comfortable with knowing that I can literally just decide that if I want to stream here, I can stream, and it's fine, which is good. Also, this doesn't mean that the alternative channel is now dead. It's not. It most likely will just change in its purpose to some degree. And who knows? Maybe in the further future, it might become an secondary official channel. But that is not right now a priority or anything, of course. Now the priority is still my main channel, as per usual, as it was from the very beginning. Blah blah blah. Regardless. So this brings us to the end of the stream. And yeah, I shall make myself some food. Maybe. I don't know yet because I'm not really that hungry. But yeah, I would say thank you. Make it back in time to say thank you for stream. I know, Angie. Isn't it great? It's always like that. Like, people go away, come back, only to hear a streamer go like, and this is the end. Or even worse, like, you're basically like planning to raid someone and you come in and they go like, I was about to end stream. And then they feel pressured into streaming longer than they wanted to, right? Maximum toxicity. uh, but yeah, it's gonna be that. Anything else? No. It was a good stream. Thank you for being here. I had good talks. It's always good to see like new people coming in and hopefully staying. It works pretty well, apparently, because I see a good influx of new people becoming more or less a regular here, which is great. So yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, night, morning, wherever you are, which is okay. Of course, it's okay. And yeah, I hopefully can see you again next stream. Until then, feel free if you're interested. There's a Discord. You can easily find it below the stream. We hang out sometimes in voice chat. Sometimes we play some word games or something else together. So that is that. But don't expect an overly super active Discord. It's not. It's a casual active Discord. And occasionally we just do some things outside of streaming. So yeah, that's basically that. I'm going to take you into a small raid. Let's see, raid message. Raid message. Hi, Daisy. Yeah, what are we going to do with the raid message? There we go. Simple, easy, small raid message. Good. And let me put this down. Yay. It's always fun. So, if you want to come along with the raid, feel free to copy pasta this message, add any emotes you feel like, or none, or leave it. All up to you, and it's fine. But I invite you, raid along, check out someone new you might not have seen before, and if you like their channel, don't forget to leave a follow. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest. Be nice to yourself, treat yourself, and always be yourself. Of course. Let's see if my raid channel that I wanted to raid is still active. Because, yes. And we are perfectly going to interrupt lore. Yes. Just as planned. Okay. Until next time. Take care. See you around. Bye bye.